Thanks. Oh, she's ready. Welcome to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you are in need of Spanish translation services, we have Lupita here to assist.
Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Lupita Jaime y estoy aquí para asistir con interpretación al español. Si alguien me necesita, háganme saber.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, we'd like to share a reminder regarding the process for public comments during regular board meetings. For each agendized action, discussion, or information-only item, the board will hear from staff, provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold a board discussion and a vote, if necessary. Public comment on non-agendized items will be heard during item 6, and public comment on closed session items will be heard during item 9, before the board adjourns into closed session. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items on the board's agenda or otherwise within the board's jurisdiction. To help us organize public comment using this system, if you wish to speak, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the meeting room and submit it to Chantel Torres, Executive Assistant to the Chief of Human Resources, who is providing support in Michelle's absence. Speaker cards for public comment will be accepted prior to the calling for the public comment portion of an agenda item. I call this meeting to order at 5:34 p.m. and would now like to establish a quorum by roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Ramensi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll second.
And a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Ramensi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. I choose Jason to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Item 2, reports. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, and recent developments from our student board representative, our union's ACT and CSEA, and our superintendent. We'll begin tonight's reports with the student representative, Juliet Norman.
Thank you. Next week is spring break. It actually starts this Friday, so we get an extra day of spring break this year, and students are very excited. Over break, more than 50 high school students will participate in a week-long desert camping trip in Joshua Tree. This is an amazing opportunity for students to bond with each other, learn more about themselves, and have a fun and enriching time in a beautiful environment. After break, from the 24th to the 27th, the entire high school music program has a trip planned to Anaheim to participate in the Heritage Music Festival. Also an incredible opportunity to bond with classmates and have fun while learning. The mock trial team finished 6th in the state last month. The high school robotics team also had a fantastic finish to their season. They were Alliance captains in the California District playoffs. For high school leadership students, the city is hosting a Student Government Day at City Hall on April 29th, where high school students work with city officials to address city issues in a mock city council meeting. This annual event has been inspirational for students to pursue public service, and we are looking forward to it again. Captain Cooper will have its open house on May 8th, and Carmela will have its open house on May 5th. This is a great opportunity to showcase student and teacher efforts. The students are proud of what they have accomplished and hope a lot of people will attend to appreciate their positive achievements. Captain Cooper's open house will also feature folklorical dancing dinner and an art show. Then on the 21st, Captain Cooper students will be going on a field trip to Me Earth, and on the 24th, Captain Cooper will be having a career day where they can begin to envision the potential of their futures. Carmel Valley High School students are going on a field trip to the Carmel Creamery and Arts Studio in Carmel Valley tomorrow. The District Strings Festival was at the Sunset Center last week, and the Band Festival was this week. The incredible student musicians from the elementary, middle, and high school did a beautiful job playing pieces ranging from the contemporary K-pop Demon Hunters song Golden to complex classical pieces to jazz. We also have more performing arts events coming up. Tomorrow, high school dancers will be visiting Captain Cooper. River has its first grade musical on April 23rd. Captain Cooper will start the day on the 29th with their spring music showcase, and the middle school spring concert is May 12th. April 24th, you can go line dancing at River at their evening Boot Scooting Boogie celebration, where they will also have food and games. May 1st is River's May Festival, where students will perform for parents. If you get there early, you can reserve your spot with a blanket on the grass in the morning so you have a spot to watch the performances and have a picnic later. In the visual arts, very talented artists at Tularcitos won 10 awards in a National Music K-8 magazine art contest. Fourth grader Maya Herarte won the grand prize with a beautiful stylized nature scene in the shape of a guitar that evokes the melodies of nature. Her picture will be featured on the cover of the magazine nationwide. Principal Appreciation Day is May 1st. Teacher Appreciation Week starts May 4th. Administrative Professionals Day is April 22nd. School Bus Driver Appreciation Day is April 28th. The California Day of the Teacher is May 13th, and Classified Employee Appreciation Week starts May 15th. As students, we are very grateful for all of these incredible people whose dedication makes everything else possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive report, Juliet. Next, ACT report with President Bill Schreier. No report. CSEA indicated no report. So that brings us to the superintendent's report with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
Good evening. Thank you, Juliet, for all of those comments. I feel like I don't have to share anything, but I did write some comments about our music program, thinking that it would be a little bit different from yours, but I'm glad you touched on it because it is truly an amazing and wonderful experience. So for the past 40 years, March has been recognized as Music in Our Schools Month, which is a time to celebrate the vital role music education plays in shaping students' creativity, discipline, and sense of collaboration. Here in Carmel Unified School District, we're proud of our dedicated music educators and students for their countless hours of learning, practice, and growth that lead to inspiring performances that our community truly enjoys. Through festivals, the final one of which was last night, as you heard, our students showcase not only their talents, but also the powerful ways in which music connects us and enriches our lives. As we celebrate the arts, we also recognize the many spring traditions observed by our diverse community. We extend our appreciation for the cultures and values that bring us together through those traditions. Spring, which is a season that is typically and often symbolized by growth, renewal, and new beginnings, we definitely like to acknowledge our community members who celebrate a host of holidays, including but not limited to, because there are many, Ramadan, Holy, Passover, Easter, Vesak, and Nowruz. Those are holidays I've heard for sure are celebrated here in Carmel Unified School District. These celebrations highlight shared values of reflection, generosity, joy, and hope, reminding us of the richness and diversity that strengthen our community. So just a little note about who we all are. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, the consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any member of the board requests specific item be removed for discussion. The board will now open up for public comment for item 3, consent calendar. Seeing that there's no public comment, may I receive a motion to approve item 3, the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second?
Given that there's no request to remove any items, can we do a roll call vote?
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Moving on to agenda section 4, action and discussion items. Agenda item 4A, Carmel Valley High School presentation being presented by Tom Perry, principal of Carmel Valley High School, and Brenda Buren, Lisa Jones, and Joe Mello, staff of Carmel Valley High School. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate the opportunity to come here. It's been a while since we've been in front of the board, and we appreciate any opportunity to show off what we're doing, show off our kids, show off our program. So the first thing I will do is I've heard that a good leader just introduces their people and gets out of the way, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. So the next slide, we have an introduction. So we have me, I'm Tom Perry, I'm the teaching principal. I do teach every day, 5 periods, and it's history, and I also teach a weight training class in the afternoon. Then we have Lisa Jones, she's our administrative assistant. Don't want to cry, but she's the heartbeat of our school. She does so much more than just answer the phones and deal with me. She's the first person our kids see in the morning, the last person they see when they leave, and it's been a 1-year anniversary on April 1st, and the place has been nothing but wonderful ever since then. So thank you, Lisa. Brenda Buren, pound for pound, the best English teacher in this district. I stand by that. Joseph Mello, also pound for pound, the best math science teacher in the district. I stand by that. Jason Fossler, he's our art teacher. We do have art first period. We steal him from the middle school for 1 period a day, and we have for many years. And we have a new addition to the family. We have Russ Sugars. Russ has been very vital in doing some of the things that we've had a hard time doing in the past, like administer our health curriculum. He's been working with students to do that. He's also been helping students. We do something called an ILP we will talk a little bit about later. Russ gets a new student and brings them up to speed on the ILP. He also coordinates all of our leaving to learn opportunities, which are field trips, with fancier term for field trips, right? Leaving to learn. And we have Ashley Robinson. She's our mental health clinician. We're lucky to have her. Robin Hutman couldn't be here today either, but she's our resource specialist. And Kristen Cardinale, we have her with Carmelo, and she's our health aide. So I will get out of the way like most good leaders try to do, and I will introduce Brenda Buren.
Hi, everybody. How are you all? Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. So our first area of focus that we wanted to talk about with you all tonight is student achievement and instruction. We've made big moves at Valley towards a strong partnership with MPC over, I'd say, the last 5 years, but it's really amped up in the last 3 years. We have, over the last 3 years, we've had 27 students take English C1000, which is freshman college English at MPC. They take it online from an MPC instructor, and they take a shadow class at Valley with me, where we do deep dives into the reading. We work on the structure of their writing, and we've had an incredible pass rate in that class. 25 out of 27 students passing, 23 receiving an A in their first college class. And C1000 is it's often the prerequisite or the co-requisite for a lot of other classes that they're going to take at MPC. So it's a great first college experience for our students. We have built a relationship with MPC's advisors, and that's to their credit as well. They come to our campus 3 times in the spring, and we visit their campus once in the spring, sometimes in the fall. They assist with applications and registration. They meet with our students one-on-one to get them registered for classes. It's a great experience. And our next steps are to expand dual enrollment into hopefully what will become a horticulture program. And you'll hear a lot more about that from Joe Mello. Next, I have the next slide as well. We do questions at the end, right? At the very end. Oh, okay. Our second area of focus is student and staff safety and wellness. We have several members on staff who participated in the district-sponsored professional development this year, Heart-Centered Connections, which has been, I participated in that as well, and I can say that has been wonderful. Personally, I like to think of myself as I've been a heart-centered connected teacher for many, many years of my career, but this has kind of helped me level up, and I appreciated it. We also have a regular drug and alcohol awareness program that's run by Ashley Robinson, our mental health clinician. She meets with the students every other week in small groups, and she has a curriculum that she does with them around drug and alcohol awareness. It's pretty unique, I think, in the district. As a staff, we meet weekly with Ashley Robinson, our mental health clinician, and we talk about concerns that have come up in the week when she hasn't been there. And she makes a point of meeting with the students every week. She has a short list, but anyone can also go in if they're having a day or a crisis or something they want to talk about. We also hold staff weekly meetings with our resource specialists. That's Robin Hutman, where we talk about the kids who are on her IEP list, and we help her get up to speed on curriculum that we're delivering in the classroom and areas where we think the students need a little extra help from her. And our next steps are to, now that we've learned a lot from Heart-Centered Connections, is to bring it into the classroom and really make it kind of part of the culture of our campus. And as we finish the drug and alcohol awareness curriculum this year, we're going to survey the students and evaluate the success of it, because we made some changes. Ashley made changes on it based on the survey from last year. All right, it's Joe's turn.
So our third goal addresses engaged families and community partners. So each of our students completes an ILP, that's an individual learning plan, where they are focused on goals bigger than just graduating, although one of the 4 goals is graduation, like how many credits do they need and which classes. So there's no questions about what they need to graduate high school. A personal wellness goal, a life skills goal, and then a career goal for what to do after graduating. Each of our students then presents their exhibition of their ILP to the rest of the school towards the end of the year. That's coming up. Something we started this year is meeting with every single student and their parents before they start school. So looking at their academic history and struggles and what they need to be successful at Carmel Valley High. And that's been eye-opening. It's been really good. Those 3 things there is kind of what makes Carmel Valley High the special place that it is. We had a student who, in their ILP, their professional goal was to live off the land and just be out in nature. And we said, great, what skills do you have? How do you plan on achieving this goal? And they didn't have a lot of things, but we then found them a scholarship. They found a program. They spent 6 weeks in the woods last summer, and they're going to do it again this summer. This is where we get to know our students and what they need to be successful beyond just the 5 credits per semester they get in science and math. It's pretty amazing. Our progress reports are not just a percentage of 98% or 72%. It is this student has been successful doing this, and this is where they need improvement. And if they do these things, they should be able to get the credits they need. So every student for every class is getting a narrative update. Their parents are. Our next steps is to continue to emphasize and refine our ILPs. We're going to actually spend time when we get back from break with all of our students, seeing how they're progressing through those. And continue to develop our community partner relationships and increase opportunities for students. We've had we've set up internships. We have speakers come in, and there's so many more opportunities that we're looking forward to. How do we optimize our resources? We currently, we worked with the Director of College and Career Readiness on a horticulture class development, which is something I'll be in charge of. We use the CCAP grant funds to purchase a new greenhouse, which is currently in boxes on top of our garden. And it should be going in this summer to move. Maybe 20% of my classroom is currently a greenhouse, move that into an actual greenhouse, and where we do some of our life science work is with plants, and hopefully have our students earning dual enrollment credit for horticulture courses. So that's the plan, and we plan on our next steps is to expand that program, expand the greenhouse and the garden. I've actually talked to. I have big plans of the edible forest, and I got plans. We got land, we have plans, but not right now. And optimizing our resources, the time we spend together working with parents and each other to help students be successful is the most valuable resource I think that we have. Thank you.
And for hot off the presses, you have to be careful what you tell Superintendent Ofek, because one of the goals that we had this year is to let more people know about Carmel Valley and kind of do a little bit more outreach. So as soon as I said that, it wasn't more than a few days, and Sharon called me up and said, here's this video company that we contract with, and she made this help us make this happen. So this is hot off the presses. You're the first people really to see that other than our little group. So go ahead and press play. The mission of Carmel Valley High School is to meet students where they are. We have a diverse set of individuals that attend our school, so we're able to help them achieve their life goals and figure out what they want to do after high school.
I've never been that much of a school person, but here it's like go at your own pace. Everybody's really like emotionally connected because it is so small.
What makes this school different is that we are small, and that's a superpower for us. We have, instead of 30 or 40 students per class, we might have 6, 7, 10 at the very most. So that means that we can really get to know our students. We know their personalities. We get to see them every single day. So we get to create a relationship that just isn't possible in a larger setting.
So how we help students thrive here is that we have no other choice but to learn about them. So all the students complete an ILP, an individualized learning plan. And so every adult on campus knows what this student is working on to graduate high school, what they want to do after high school, what they're doing to take care of themselves.
This school and campus has supported my daughter personally, getting her to be more upbeat, feel good about herself. They push her to have goals for the future, make her feel better about her academics and what she's doing and more confident.
And we have a lot of success stories, but one that always comes to my mind is we had a young man come here as a freshman, and as the years progressed, he became more and more relaxed, and he started to create opportunities for himself by taking even more classes. He decided to also start playing guitar, and it was just an amazing transformation from his sophomore year all the way to his senior year.
My son, he came here his senior year. He transferred down from our main site and took his first college course, an MPC English class with Miss Buren, and he thrived. He graduated early his senior year, and he went into the workforce. He thrived when he came down here. I mean, just leaps and bounds, explored jobs, researched jobs, and they helped him succeed that.
If you value an individualized approach to education, then this is your place. If you value relationships, then this is your place. If you value a small setting where students can achieve individual goals and not fit into the box, and they want to create their own box, I would say this is your place.
Every person that I've met at Valley is so warm and so welcoming, and the teachers here are so amazing, and there's so many opportunities that are like based off of what you want to do. So if you're thinking about coming here, do it.
That's great, right? Yeah. And Peyton is here. She's one of our, I was going to actually make her speak today, but she got to speak on right there, so I can hear her talk all day long. So thank you very much for the time. We appreciate the opportunity to be here, and also like to thank Stephen Russell and Rush Sugars. They kind of made this happen. This is like a rendition of our school that we're very proud of. So thank you again very much, and if you have any questions, we're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will open it up for board discussion and comment, and I'm going to start on this side with Sarah.
Thank you all so much for being here and for that presentation. I have a soft spot in my heart for Carmel Valley High. When it comes around to graduation season, I always tell people, and And I've had kids go through all of the school's graduations, but Carmel Valley High is my favorite. And the way you orchestrate that, Tom, and your connection with the students and the staff's connection with the students there is really just unlike anything else that we have. And I think that really has shined through in this presentation with your ILPs. I think that is so powerful, how you really get to learn about these students and what they want to do and where they're going. And I think that really comes through during graduation time, right? Because you've been with them on that journey throughout that path. I do remember at graduation that student that said they wanted to live off the land. So I'm happy, very happy to hear that they did that last summer. But with all that aside, I'm really proud of all the work that you're doing with dual enrollment. I think that's super important. And I'm glad to hear that you're going to continue that and expand it. So thank you for the additional information on that. And then the only other comment I have is really around the student wellness programs. And like I said, the ILPs and the fact that you're going to survey the students to see how that program worked. I think that's really powerful too, just to get feedback and figure out, you know, if all the time and effort and energy is worth it or not, right? Because that's okay too, to see where we can improve and where we can do better. So overall, thank you for an incredible presentation, and thank you for everything that you do for the students out there.
Thank you,
It's
Sarah.
really powerful.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Peyton. You were amazing.
Jake?
I echo a lot of what Trustee Hines has to say as well. I think I can attest that walking onto that campus, very warm atmosphere. Everybody is everybody's working around a common goal to help each other and help each other progress and grow, and I think that's really neat. My question is, what is the process like? How do students, can students be identified, you know, whether they're at the other high school site or other schools? Is there an identification process or a referral process that gets students to Carmel Valley High? What does that process look like?
Great question. Yes, there is a process. So it's initiated either by a counselor or by an assistant principal at Carmel High, or even a teacher can contact us, but it's usually one of the administrators or a counselor. And then we set up, we can do it a couple different ways. I can go there and have in the past if it's more comfortable for the family. But we'd rather have them here at our school, and then we do like a little intake meeting with just me, and I just answer questions, show them around, get them a little bit comfortable with the environment, and then I'm a pretty good salesman, so I always make them think about it for a day. I don't want to sell them any Amway products they don't want. So after that, they come back and they tell us whether or not they do want to attend our school or not. Then we set up a more formal intake meeting with all of us, and then that student and their parents get to ask questions more. They see all of us, and we're all on the same page. So that's our process.
So do you have to be referred to go, or
No, matter of fact, you don't. We've had plenty of parents just say, "Hey, I've heard about your program. My kid's struggling. What's the process?" And we just let the Carmel High know that they're coming over, and they can initiate that themselves. And a lot of them do. And we do have students also from outside the district who come, just come right to us and not go to Carmel High. That happens as well.
What do you say the majority of the students that are at Carmel Valley High, do they get referred or do they choose to go there?
It's a mixture. It's a school of choice, so no one's forced to go to our school, as you know. But it's a pretty good mixture, right?
Jake, can I ask a follow-up question? I'm sorry. Do you mind? No. How many students do you have currently, and how many will be in the graduating class in June?
We have 17 in the graduating class, and we've had 24 kids this year, and we've had a couple graduate early, as they do at times, right? That semester.
Well, I think it's fantastic, and I think whatever the district can do to promote Carmel Valley High School, whether on our other sites or in the community, and I think the video is a really good start, and so I would totally advocate for that continued build-up of Carmel Valley High School and the individualization that you guys are doing that I think is really important for some people. And in a district as geographically large as this, right, and getting that message around I think is really important, and I'm glad you guys are working on that, and that's really, really neat. And I'm glad that Peyton participated in the video, and I'm glad you're here tonight, Peyton. But this is a really, really cool program, and I think you guys did a really cool presentation to really showcase that. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jake. Jason?
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
Every time I come out, it's a really neat experience. I learned something new. Sarah and I came out last year, and we sat in Brenda's class, and whatever the topic was, it was life skills that I've been dealing with in the last 5 years of my life, and I was just amazed that you guys are putting that on 16, 17-year-olds and giving them those skills so they don't have to live their life without them and go. And all the teachers that you have out there really build unique relationships with all the students, and it's fun to watch. I do have a couple of questions.
Yep.
Are you guys doing any internships concurrently with them finishing up their high school where they can get out in the job force and job shadow and see that kind of stuff? Because I think you guys are a shorter day.
Right. Most of our students this particular year have not been as interested in internships because many of them have jobs. It kind of goes year by year, kid by kid, by name, by need is kind of a thing that we like to say there. So we have definitely had students take internships, and we've helped them place them in those. But about the last 2 years, it's been a lot of kids actually working, having the need to work, wanting to get into the workforce, you know. And then we've had more kids wanting to take dual enrollment classes in lieu of like an internship too. But internships is always on the table. We love those. We love to try to place them in there. And it's just kind of it's a floating target a lot, right? It just kind of can change year to year.
Individualized completely.
Totally, exactly. You're exactly right.
And with all the dual enrollment opportunities, are they taking other classes besides just your English class that's taught or the horticulture class? Are they, because I see a lot of asynchronous classes offered at MPC. It seems like almost every subject you can do asynchronous.
Yeah, Brenda, you want to answer that?
We've had students take U.S. history, general psychology, lifespan development, early childhood education, criminal justice classes, and some of the baking classes, but those were in person. Yeah. So
Can I just make a
there's
clarification?
More and more kids taking different classes.
Yeah, they're taking classes as MPC students, not as Carmel
That's what I understood,
Valley High
but in the
School
same time
students,
though, right?
Just to be clear.
Correct. They're
And they
dual
might
enrolling.
be supported, but those are not dual enrollment courses. Those are
They are-
MPC college level courses.
Yeah, I get that. They're taking college level courses, but I was wondering if they were taking it during the day, so they're kind of double dipping on the timing and not having to do it at home. And
So what we do is first semester is dedicated to C1000, which is the English class, and second semester I have a dedicated period that works more like a tutorial or a study hall where the kids who are doing classes of their choice, I try to help them out the best I can, but I'm not scaffolding the lessons the way I do with the online English class.
I think that's just a huge jump start for students that may not be looking that way. And if you're already done with, 15 credits when you graduate, then it makes it a lot easier to continue. Anyways, thank you guys for what you do. I appreciate it.
Rita?
Yes, I want to say I've seen this presentation before in the past, and I will say today was probably one of the best presentations I've seen from Carmel Valley High School. I'm so impressed with how the program has grown and how the individualized learning plans and even the specialized, the progress reports that you were talking about. I'm really happy to hear that everything is really specific to the student and the relationships you are developing there. Now, with the heart-centered connection, would you be able to share a little bit more about that? And I guess, do all the staff go through it at Carmel Valley High School?
I have not, but Joe and Brenda and did Robin has too? Yeah, go on. Ashley.
Yes, so I'm currently in the cohort that's going through right now. We have a meeting tomorrow. So 4 of the names that you saw up there, 4 of those staff have gone through the training. It's optional. Tom's a very busy guy. He hasn't got to do it yet, but he did say that. I tried to push him. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so how long is the program, and is it offered?
So there was a program in the fall, and it's basically the whole semester. So we had 2 full days of in-person training. We had it in this room, and then we have meetings every 2 weeks or so after, like from 3 to 5 on Zoom.
Okay, so this is on top of the teaching, your class time that you're doing, so this is
Yeah,
like
this is
separate,
outside of
outside.
school time, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for doing that outside of teaching. And then this program, it just feels like a prototype that I can see it like replicated all along the state. I really like the video, and I heard you have 17 students in the program. what would be the maximum capacity you could, because I could see this, I could see this program, with this video goes out, I mean, I can see a lot of students wanting to come to Carmel Valley High School. So I'm kind of curious to see what your maximum capacity would be and how big do you want to grow?
Maximum capacity is technically 45. We haven't been that big ever yet. We have had 33 a couple of different times, and once during COVID we were at 37. That also counts kids who come in and then leave and that kind of thing. But yeah, we grew a little bit during COVID because we were able to meet with every student every day, and some parents wanted that experience during that particular time. But yeah, we've had up to 33 before. And we're a little bit low this year, but I think just like Sharon mentioned, we're just a little bit low district-wide, right now, as you know. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think you have all the pieces of if education could be like this for all students, I think this is what I would dream of. And so I feel like the students that get to go here are very lucky students, and I hope it grows. I don't know if the district, what the future plans are for Carmel Valley High School and that location, but I would love to see it just grow and get bigger, and as many students who want to go there be able to have that type of education. But thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really grateful for all your hard work, and I'm really happy with how it's growing and moving towards the future, and also embracing dual enrollment and MPC online classes. I think you guys are really doing it a great job,
Thank
A+.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may say one last thing is thank you guys, because we are able to think outside the box. We are able to take chances. We feel supported by Sharon and all of you. And so we feel successful. We have a lot of room to grow as everybody does, but we feel successful because you have allowed us to be that. You guys all come to the graduations. It means a lot to us. It means a lot to our kids. And we feel very supported at Carmel Valley High School by all of you and the administration. So thank you.
Okay, would you guys step back up here? Mr. Sugars, would you join them? And Peyton, if you're willing to, would you be willing to come up here? Yeah. You were in the video, so. And you're in the room. I just want to see you all together to be an example of what's possible when we think outside of the box and when we focus. And Mr. Mello, you said something really important at the start of your presentation, was that you have the opportunity to take the time to understand the kid, to understand who the child is that you're working with. And that through the ILP work, through all of the work in being the first person, and the care between you and your administrator is crystal clear in such a small cross-section, but the ripples that has in the community and what it does for improving the quality of life for the bigger community, to know that there are options and to know that the options come with such deep, profound care for student achievement. It's 100% what we're doing. It's, again, I've said this before, it's why I show up here to volunteer my time. And I'm glad you feel supported by the board, because like my colleagues have said, anything that we could do to support the program as it is and its growth and expansion. And Peyton, to see you speak with such clarity as a student in the video about what you're experiencing and about the opportunity, that's wisdom that often is missed in a high school situation. So I'm inspired by what you've presented and what you've shown and who you are and how you do it. So I want to see you all together as a group. And sorry, Ms. Hutman's not here. I will see her at Captain Cooper for sure, and I'll tell her the same thing. I'm grateful. We collectively as a community are grateful for the work that you're doing. Really, really, really well done. Thank you for the presentation tonight. Thanks. I would go to Juliet for any comments. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I just have some closing comments. Thank you. Yeah, I think the video was amazing, and I think it's very important that, obviously, Carmel Valley High School is more, people are more exposed to it, because I think seeing that really opened my eyes as well. And I think that it's great to see I mean, what everyone else was saying, that like it's so individualized, and whatever a student needs or whatever they want, you guys really take that into account and really care for that. And I think that that's something very unique to your site. And it's great just to hear from the teachers and how like excited they are about working there and working with all of the students. And it really seems like they love their jobs, and obviously the students love being there, and it's a great experience for them. And I think that that's very valuable for all of the students.
Thank you.
And I also think, as everyone else was saying, that dual enrollment is amazing in kind of helping them move along in their education, and also opening them up to other possibilities as well. And I think that that's really important. So I think that the individualization is very important with what you guys are doing, and it's definitely amazing. And there should be more talk about Carmel Valley High School for sure.
Thank you, Juliet.
Of course. Thank you.
I want to acknowledge that there were no requests for public comment. And thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 4B, student attendance presentation being presented by Dr. Cassandra Ziskin, Director of Student Services.
Good evening, CUSD board members, junior board member, and superintendent and district staff. I am here tonight to present our annual attendance report. Clicker not. Oh,
And Dr. Ziskin, can I get you to speak into the microphone for the
okay.
benefit of those at home? Thank you so much.
thank you. Thanks. It's still not working. Oh, there we go. Okay, I will begin with what is compulsory education. According to Education Code 48200, education is mandated for all students ages 6 through 18. Parents must ensure compliance or risk truancy penalties after 3 unexcused absences or tardies over 30 minutes. TK and kindergarten are not mandatory at this time in California, but there is talk of making kindergarten mandatory at some point. CUSD has utilized a truancy abatement program. We do not use the SARB, which was more punitive. We use the truancy abatement program. We're in partnership with the Monterey County District's Attorney's Office. We've been doing this for several years. Again, this is less punitive, and it reduces family hardships and addresses the causes of absenteeism instead of punishing students and families. As of January of this year, California amended the Education Code to focus on student services and supports. However, there still could be a fine of up to 1 year in jail and $2,500 for students who are absent, chronically absent, for parents of students who are chronically absent. 95% goal. We don't like to really give a percentage or a number on attendance, but if we were, 95% would be that goal, and that means that a student is only missing 9 to 10 school days per year, and that equals roughly 1 day per month, or about 2 weeks for a full school year. Again, we would like to go higher than that because attendance over 95% is linked to better grades and achievement. There are 180 school days in a school year, and so if a student misses 18 days, they're considered chronically absent. Here you have the RTI pyramid, and we take a look at this pyramid when we're using data. We try to utilize data for academics, attendance, and behavior. And what we're looking at, this helps us, when we look at our tier 1, we want about 80% of our students to have good attendance, about 15 to 10% who need a little bit help, need some extra scoop. And then we have tier 3, which I'll talk about our different interventions at tier 2 and tier 3. That would be about 5% of the students who need even more, and that's when we're bringing those parents in, and we might have what's called a SART meeting, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. Again, we're utilizing data. We're not just using opinions. We're constantly looking at our data. All the data I'm going to be showing in this presentation is from the California dashboard. And in the past in education, when people were making educational decisions about a student, either academics, behavior, or attendance, we really didn't take the time to identify what the problem is. So now we try to identify a problem, we analyze to see if that's actually what we think is causing the problem, and then we design interventions and we implement them. And we're constantly evaluating to see if what we're doing is working. And this falls under our goal of we're trying to move towards an MTSS process, which again, we're looking at data-based decision making. So, definition of truancy: a student missing more than 30 minutes of instruction without a valid excuse 3 times in a school year is considered truant. 10% or more of a school year, they're chronically truant. And attendance is in alignment with our CUSD strategic plan areas, focus area 2, student and staff safety, and focus area 3, engage families and community. Here you see some data, our chronic absenteeism rate, and just a reminder, we want to see a decrease. This is the area we want to see go down, just like we want to see suspensions go down. So if you see, we were at 9.7% in 2019, then COVID hit, and across the state and the nation, attendance, chronic absenteeism went up a lot. So you see our 22-23 was in the 19%. We went down to 12.4%, which was a great decrease from 2023. And then last year, we still showed improvement. So we went down another 11.4%. So that's great. Here we have a comparable districts dashboard. You could see that Beverly Hills had a decrease of 1.7. Carmel had a decrease of 1.3. Laguna Beach had an increase of 0.2%. Pacific Grove maintained at 0.3%. Palo Alto had a decrease of 0.7%. St. Helena had maintained at 0.4%. And Santa Clara decreased 1%. And the state average was a decrease of 1.5%. So even though we had a lot of improvement the year before, we improved again last year. So thanks to everyone's hard work and our relationship with parents. Here we have, from the dashboard, we have by our performance level groups. And again, this data is comparing, this data is from 2025. So you see our English learners were, they increased by 4.6%. They were chronically absent 8.3%. Then we have our homeless population. They declined 12.3%. That is a huge, huge decline. We have students with disabilities increased by 2.5%, and 19% of that group is chronically absent. We have our white students who are 11.2% chronically absent, and they maintain at 0.1%. And our Asian students, 1.9%, are chronically absent, and they decline, their absenteeism declined by 2.1%. And 5 of our groups are not shown here because they have they have fewer than 11 students, so that data cannot be displayed because of privacy. Our Hispanic students declined by 4.5%. 2 or more races declined by 1%, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students declined 3.2%. So great job in those areas. Here we have the great news. If you remember, Captain Cooper had a high chronic absenteeism rate in 2024 of 20%. They had increased from the year before to 1.2%. They declined last year 12.3% for a rate of 7.7%. So round of applause for Captain Cooper. We have one of the employees in the audience. Great job. River increased by 3.8%. They had declined the year before by 10.2%. Tularcitos declined 4.3%. Carmel Middle declined 1.5%, and Carmel High declined 0.9%. And as I said in the previous years, declining at the higher grades, you don't usually see that, so this is really excellent work in our district towards attendance. Some of our continuous improvement and success things we're doing in the district to continually improve our attendance rates are district-wide uniform attendance codes. So we, in the past, we had, each site had different attendance codes they were reporting. So we made it consistent across the district, so we are reporting that way to CalPADS. District home and hospital protocols and documents, so everything is consistent again across the sites. We have a board policy for home and hospital that we follow, and we have a plan. District-wide independent study practices. We have a lot of people take advantage of our independent study program, and they get attendance through taking independent study. District-wide attendance illness letters. We send out a letter if a student is at 10 days, and then we send another letter at 14 days. And if a student gets a third letter, then they would participate in that attendance abatement program at the district attorney's office. So, and again, it's not so punitive as it's been in the past. They get resources and supports and really identify what the causes are. And we've had a lot of success with that program. I think every student that has gone to that point has been successful after that meeting with at the district attorney's office. Staff professional developments around attendance, and that includes our secretaries and our attendance clerks. We just had a really good professional development around student records, and attendance was a part of that. Again, we don't use the SART program. We use the SART program, but we do use a SART contract, which is a school attendance and review team contract. So if a student is having difficulties with attendance, the site administrator holds a meeting with the parents and the student, if the student is in middle school or high school, and they complete a contract, and they talk about different supports that the school can provide, the district can provide, the community, the county can provide in order to help get the student to school. Discipline handbook for administrators. Sometimes discipline might be part of the issue for the attendance. SST study team handbook and practices. We came up with that last year and it was implemented this year. So that's been really successful. And that's part of that data process where we are implementing targeted strategies for individual students to help get them into school. I already talked about the district attorney abatement program. Parent communications and partnerships. The number one indicator for student success and attendance is the relationship between parents and the school. And so schools really try to push that communication out, the importance of attendance, holding those SART meetings with parents, giving them resources and strategies, and building those relationships with the students at the site. So in the classrooms, the teachers and the staff are really good about that. Engaging lessons and relationships, anti-bullying workshops. We were in partnership with Harmony at Home for our anti-bullying. They did several parent workshops at in the district, and there are resources online on our CUSD website. Engaging teaching and mental health supports. We have a lot of mental health supports here. We are so lucky. We have a really amazing mental health team, and that's part of getting the kids in school. They might, as a matter of fact, I attend the SART meetings, and I just attended one at the middle school this week, and one of the strategies in the SART meeting, one of the resources was to have this kid come to school early and visit the wellness center because they have that relationship with the wellness center counselor, and have them meet with that counselor before school to lower the anxiety and then help them get into the class. So those are some of our continuous improvement and successes that we continue working on for our attendance. So. Any questions?
Thank you so much. There was no request for public comment on item 4B, so I'll now open it up for board discussion, starting with Jake.
Hello, good evening. My question starts at, so you said a truant is a student missing more than 30 minutes of instruction without a valid excuse 3 times in a school year. A chronic truancy defined as missing 10% or more of the school year. And with those definitions, so, if the reasons being for potential chronic absenteeism in our district is like weather or road closures, would that not be an excuse? Like what constitutes as an excuse, I guess?
That's a good question. It's still considered an absent if the student is not in the seat in the classroom or participating in some kind of alternative instructional program like home and hospital or independent study, then they are considered absent, and it does go towards truancy, unfortunately, but it is an excused absence.
Okay, so, and then for economic, is there potential economic hardship as the reason into why some students can't get to school?
Yes, absolutely.
And-
And we do, part of our under student services, our homeless, McKinney-Vento is under student services, and we are able to, one of our resources we provide is the gas card for those families that are in need and might be having a hardship if they fall under McKinney-Vento.
Right. And so based on what this presentation was, are those type of students or families identified, or do they have to come find us?
They
how
are
do they get-
identified, and when we know there's a need, usually they reach out to someone at the school who would then reach out to the student services department. But we don't volunteer that and say, come get a gas card. We just, when they have a need and we're aware of it. Like I said, our counselors are really good, and teachers building those relationships with staff, so the parents feel comfortable letting them know, and they come to us for support. We also have been able to get clothing for students, because sometimes kids don't want to come to school if they have holes in their shoes or something like that. So we do try to get them what they need for school.
Got it. And then I don't know if I'm kind of confused on the dates. So are the like when it says 23, 24, 25, are those calendar years or those school years? So
Those are school years.
So if it's 2025, is it the 2025-24 school or 24-25?
24-25 school year.
Okay,
yes.
so the 25
is the
dashboard
24-25.
24-25 school year. Okay.
Sorry, I just want to jump in and say the dashboard is a comparison from one year to the next. So the 2025 dashboard is taking the 24-25 data and showing growth or decline in comparison to the previous year,
The
which would be
23-24.
Got it.
Does that-
So then on slide 7, where it shows, I think it shows COSD chronic absenteeism by year, 2019, 2022, 23, 24, 25. So the dashboard is still taking into account that 23 school year.
Yes.
And so we're comparing that to, and so that's what's being compared.
Well, no, this year, what we're looking at now we're looking at 24-25 because we're in the 25-26 school year. So this data is for 24-25. So it's only comparing 24-25 to 23-24. You're seeing that from year to year as Superintendent Ofek explained.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Jason?
Thank you, Cassandra. I have no questions, and I just wanted to congratulate you on your good work and the changes that have been made. Thanks.
Thank you.
Rita?
Yes, I want to, I'm really happy to see the decreases of absenteeism in our district, so I'm really happy to see that. And I guess on one of the slides you mentioned, let me see what slide it was. 5, the problem analysis. How do you collect the data to analyze, I guess, the problem? See, problem identification, then the problem analysis.
Great question. So that would be from our data team meetings. We have, a lot of our school have data teams, or it could be the site administrator. And again, you're meeting with the parents and you're getting that information from staff, from parents, from the student as to why they have been absent.
Okay, and then from there, you implement, I guess, a way to support the student, the families in getting to school. And in that support system, on slide 12, 1 through 13 are all the ways that you support.
Yes.
Okay, got
Some of the ways. It's not a
Some of the ways.
comprehensive list, but it
Mhm.
is some
But-
of the ways that we support students.
Okay. Now, I did have a question on number 6, start, like what type of, but you answered it with the example of the student going to the wellness center. So I wanted to know what type of things come out of that meeting to support the student and maybe an example.
A lot of time it's just really information for the parents. A lot of parents don't understand that attendance is compulsory. They don't understand what that means, and explaining the importance of attendance when a student is absent. Again, as they move up the grades, when you miss a class, you're missing out on learning, and you can become behind after one lesson. So having those meetings, and another thing that is discussed is make your doctor's appointments or dental appointments after school, not during the school day. Also taking advantage of, we now have our calendar prior to the school year ending, so you know you have your dates in advance, so you can make your appointments during non-school days. So that comes out as well. And we also give them resources in the meeting. We give them things as well.
Yeah.
And then we might also make academic changes. Maybe a student has been tardy because they're trying to avoid a class or something like that. So it depends on what the individual issue is with the student.
Now, this question may not be appropriate, but if a student is absent a lot, with today's technology and flipped classrooms and things like that, are they able to, if they have to be absent, are they at least getting, I guess, the lessons at home, or?
Yes, we're very fortunate here in our district because our middle school and high school, their work is online. So if they're missing, they can look at the assignment online. And even in the elementaries, the teachers do send the work home.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm really happy to see the numbers go down, and congratulations to you and your entire team.
Thank you.
Thanks. Sarah?
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate all the information. So you mentioned a few times that a lot of the information that you're looking at is data-driven and you're making data-based decisions, which is fantastic. There was a question that was asked, what are some of the reasons or causes of truancy? Oh, sorry. Do I have to start over? Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for the presentation.
We can hear her, but the people at home.
Oh,
yeah, sorry. Appreciate the fact that you've mentioned that decisions are being based off of data and data-driven decisions. Love that. That's great. So there was a question to ask prior to the presentation of, what are some of the causes or reasons of truancy or chronic absenteeism in our district? And you listed out some of those potential reasons. Do you have a breakdown in terms of data or percentage of that list, whether is 10% of the absenteeism or the truism or truancy, or is it mental health? Like, do you have a percentage breakdown of that list?
No, we don't at this time. That is a good idea. We don't have that. And a lot of times our parents don't disclose specifics behind why they're absent. Like, for instance, they might call in a mental health day as just an illness. And so I don't know how accurate that data would be based on how they're reporting it, but that is a good idea.
Okay, thanks. And then I just had 2 more questions. So overall for 2025, it looks like we're the 11.4%. I think that was on slide, what we were declining.
In the comparative?
Yeah, in the comparison of years. So we went from 12.4 to 11.4, which is fantastic. So how is the data trending for the 2025-2026 school year? Do you have any insight or any visibility into that yet?
Yes, we do. We compare month by month. Thank you to the technology department with helping with that.
Yeah.
So we do look at from month to month, and we are seeing a continuation of the decline in attendance. Although we did have a bump around January, February, there was a bad cold going around, and it kind of happened at a lot of our schools at that time. But other than that, we've seen a decline.
That's good to hear. And then lastly, so site-wide, and the school site data that you presented were on the decline, except for River School. They seem to be on the rise a bit. So do you have any data, or at least anecdotal data or examples of maybe why they have increased? And if so, as you're tracking the 2025-2026 school year, what's the go forward plan with them, since they were the only ones that had the uptick?
Yes, I have. I talked to the principal, and they happen to be one of our schools that have a really good data decision-making process. They have a school-wide data team, and they look at absences as a part of their protocol. And they have identified, I can't really share what the reason why, because it would be identifying specific students, but they have identified what caused the decline and the increase, and they are have interventions in place now to see improvement for next year.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Those are all my questions. Thank you so much, and for your team for all the hard work on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Likewise, thank you so much for all of this insight. It's again incredibly important to carry seeing the relationship between student outcomes and attendance, even in given that it's compulsory, but that we are student achievement driven. So I see that in your work and then in your communication, especially in the parental and family outreach element that draws the whole community in. Now you made a comment that every student has been successful with the DA abatement program. Could you just expand on that comment a little bit?
Yes, so good question. When they get the third letter, the school has the option of planning a hearing with the deputy district attorney's office. We meet at the Monterey Courthouse, Superior Court, and with the student and with the parent, and it's usually middle school or high school. It's only been high school for the last couple of years. I don't think I've had any middle school. I also attend with the administrators, and it's all positive. They parents appreciate it. Like, we hear back like, oh, thank you so much. I didn't know how to take care of this. I needed the support, the help. They offer parenting classes. They offer resources. We all sit and really work on an intervention for the student and get them to understand the importance of attendance to their future, and so into relationships. And so it's a really good program. And again, I haven't had one student to continue with poor attendance once it's gotten to that level. Again, that would be about tier 3 when you get to the district attorney's office. Usually if they have letter 1, letter 2 at the site, they're having meetings with the site administrators and myself and the attendance team. And it usually doesn't get to the district attorney's office. I'd say we've had about 4 a year, 4 to 5 a year. But when it has gotten to there, it's been really successful.
Thanks. Yeah, you answered my second question, which was going to be how often, what's the data around that. So thank you so much for your leadership on continuing that. And again, the success that comes out of getting to that tier 3 level and seeing it be successful, positive, and avoiding and averting the punitive side. Kind of, we all have been exposed to that before. That was the only question I had. So thank you so much for your presentation. I would go to Juliet for any questions or comments.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it was amazing to see that we're really working on identifying it and analyzing what the problems are, so that we can kind of move forward with students and make sure that they're successful in what they're doing. I did have a question. Is there anything that we're doing to prevent the chronic absenteeism before it happens, like any general education or anything, or is it solely once it's happened we kind of address it?
Oh, great question. Yes. Again, the teachers and staff are trying to build those relationships because that's the number one indicator for improving success. Also, opportunities for parents to come into the school and be involved in the school, and for them to understand the importance of attendance. Messaging, the sites send out regular messages around attendance. The superintendent's office sends out messaging around attendance, and student services office also sends a messaging out about attendance. And we're holding those meetings. The parents are getting letters, that letter 10, letter 14. They're also getting communications prior to that about their child's attendance. And also, we're very fortunate. We have a online attendance reporting. So if a student is missing class, parents get a phone call, get a message to let them know about their child's attendance. So yes, that's a good question.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ziskin.
Thank you.
This was an information-only item. Agenda item 4C, English Language Arts K through 12 Adoption Recommendation, presented by Andrew Rodriguez and Karina Donovan, Coordinator, Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment.
All right. Good evening. My name is Andrew Rodriguez.
And I'm Karina Donovan.
And today we would like to present the recommendation from the English Language Arts K-12 Adoption Recommendation Committees. Before we get started, though, I did want to publicly acknowledge the hard work and dedication from our committee members. And so there was quite a few teachers, administrators, and other staff that were involved in the process. And so I think that at the elementary level, like we had close to 15 members, with 11 pilots going on inside of the classrooms, and we'll get into that in a minute, as well as middle school and high school teachers all kind of getting on board with this. And so I just wanted to make sure that we publicly acknowledge the hard work and dedication. It's not easy. And I was trying to calculate, while I was sitting down, the number of hours just for meetings itself. And so we had certain members, within meetings arguing this out and, coming to consensus. With 70 plus hours of work on these projects. That's not including the piloting process. So I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that hard work and dedication. So with that, we had a number of different things that were guiding the process as we were looking at materials. And so we did use a number of objective research pieces, including Ed Reports, Curate, ESSA. As we started compiling our initial list, we also used internally created rubrics, and then our field testing materials that we used, and then we evaluated, and then we also used this right here, which is our vision, mission, and priorities list, and this was created internally about a year and a half ago, and this served as kind of a guiding force as we started looking at different materials. And we use this to ensure that every time that we had a discussion, we grounded it inside of our mission, vision, and priorities. And we began this work with an instructional leadership team. And so this convened in fall of 2024. And so we had 7 teachers, 2 administrators, and the 2 curriculum instruction assessment coordinators. And during this time, we did a lot of research, which included presentations from outside sources to give us information about updates inside of the ELA framework. We also did internal presentations on the ELA ELD standards and then the ELD roadmap. From there, that helped kind of determine the discussions that we had with regards to establishing the mission, vision, and priorities as we approached not only this curriculum recommendation, but also for actual instruction, so going beyond just the curriculum.
So with the elementary ELA committee, the committee consisted of 15 members. That included administrators, the intervention specialists, elementary teachers, both of the CIA coordinators, ELD experts, and special education teachers. They reviewed 8 core curricula and then settled on 3 curricula to pilot. And that was MyView from Savas, Benchmark Advance, and Magnetic Literacy. The materials were field tested from August 2025 to February 2026 in 10 elementary classrooms across the district. The elementary committee, they came to a decision after meeting for 9 total sessions, including 4 days of curricular debrief. And based on the committee's internal rubrics, their pilot experience, and consensus building, the committee moved to recommend magnetic literacy for CUSD's core K-5 curriculum.
Moving into our middle school group, so as determined by the ILT, we had two different options. So the first option, I forgot to mention this earlier, the first option was to convene as an entire group and work all together in order to look at particular curriculums. What we determined though was that there's certain curriculums that are only offered at the K-5 level, some that are offered only at the middle school level, some that are only offered at K-8 and then high school. And so what we found was that it would be a better decision to allow the grade bands to look at individual curriculum based on what's available for that particular grade band, but also what's best for students in those levels as well. And so the middle school, during their committee, their subcommittee, what they did was they had all of their teachers pilot. So that included the ELA and core teachers. And then they included the special education co-teachers as well inside of the process, including all training and then discussions. And so the initial conversation started with about 10 potential curricula. And then they settled on two different curricula, the first one being Study Sync, and then the second one being Common Lit 360. After a number of different meetings and then and as well as training. In January, they met twice. And during those two meetings, they determined that Study Sync was going to be the best fit for their current program. And they really liked the digital components that were embedded there and the flexibility. And so they moved to recommend Study Sync for the CUSD 6-8 core curriculum. And then finally, the high school. This high school had their initial meeting in August 2025, and we reviewed 8 curricula and settled on 3 for in-depth review. So that was Study Sync, Common Lit 360, and Lenses on Literature by Carnegie. And so field testing took place in January 2026 and concluded in February. It was 2 months of field testing. And students and teachers' feedback was collected, and so one of the nice things there was we also included student feedback on the different curricula, and we collected all those, and that helped with some of the decision making. And then based on the committee's field testing and student feedback, the committee moved to recommend Common Lit 360 for CUSD's 9 through 12 core curricula. Now beyond that, we also have AP Literature and AP Language, which are also offered as English courses at the high school. And so they moved to recommend BFW as their core curriculum. Previously, this was used as a supplemental, but they wanted to move this forward for board approval as their core curriculum for those 2 courses. Now, with all this said, though, this is a first step, and I really want that to sink in, just because. This was a really long process. We've been working on this project for over 1.5 years and actually closer to 2 years for me. And I was just like, oh my God, we made it to the finish line. And then we started doing all the prep work, and we're like, wow, there's actually so much work to do as well. And so this is all linked to Strategic Plan 1.3, which deals with PK through 12 literacy. And so our next step is really to develop and implement a literacy committee to take a look at not only supplementals, but also take a look at how can we pull all these pieces together to create a cohesive vision or cohesive program that fits within our vision, mission, and priorities. And so those conversations are already happening, and we're really excited to see what those next steps are. Beyond that, staff will be receiving training, and the training will begin May 1st, pending board recommendation or approval, excuse us. And so we've been, and one of the things that we talked about was that we wanted to ensure that the teachers have appropriate training and that it's front loaded, and so that there's no surprises and that everyone feels comfortable and confident. One of the nice things around here is that our teachers have a ton of experience, and we want to make sure that we're able to tap in to the expertise that our teachers have and we're looking at this not as a replacement, but how can we use our curriculum here to enhance what's already happening in classrooms? You'll notice that one thing inside of the initial presentation was talking about ELA/ELD. And so ELD is in the works right now. And so we are looking at designated ELD curricula. And so we're starting to narrow down that process, but some of the decisions were pending the ELA program that we went with, because some programs have a integrated ELD program and a designated, and some don't. And so we wanted to make sure that if we went forward with an ELD program, that it actually fit our student population and that it felt cohesive. And we have a very unique ELD population. We've been going through the data and the numbers and having a lot of conversations about this. And we couldn't find something that was like a cookie cutter, one size fits all. And so we've been looking at creative solutions in order to address our ELD population and make sure that we provide them with what they need. And so it is going to take a little bit longer, but we're really excited about that process. And then as part of the strategic plan 1.3, our staff will be looking at supplemental materials. And so one thing is that we wanted to really focus in on the core and making sure that people are trying out the curriculum. And it's hard to supplement when you don't know what to supplement. And so we didn't want to jump the gun here and start, like adding this and this. And so our committees have opted to kind of, take a measured approach, try some new things, and then we can figure out what needs to be plugged in order to make everything whole. So again, this is, one step in a larger process. And so we're really excited for this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, before we convert over to the board for conversation discussion, I want to share that it is a truly unique moment, because in most places, you do not have a kindergarten through 12th grade English language arts adoption all happening in the same year or at the same time. And so this is a tremendous effort. Our staff has been very invested in it, and as you heard our CIA coordinators share, they've committed a lot of expertise, dedication, time, but I think it's a very unique opportunity that I just want to highlight, because one thing that it does afford us now is to have that through line from the very first opportunity to be on campus to, well, PK is now on our campuses, but they don't make curriculum like this for PK yet, but the K-12 continuum, and to have that vertical conversation in terms of how we scaffold skills throughout a student's experience in our district is really a phenomenal opportunity that we have right now that is not afforded in 99% of people's experiences, because the adoptions happen in different years or in different places, or it doesn't matter that they have different preferences for the curriculums. It's about building out that scaffold for the skills developed over time, and with everyone starting in year one at the same time, it's quite an amazing opportunity. I just really wanted to highlight that, and also echo our coordinators' gratitude and appreciation for the expertise and commitment that our teachers have put into this.
Thank you. No requests for public comment? Okay, can we entertain a motion? We take a motion in a second, and then we move to board discussion.
I move to approve the following instructional materials: Magnetic Literacy for K through 5 ELA instruction, Study Sync for 6 through 8 ELA instruction, Common Lit 360 for 9 through 12 ELA instruction, AP Language and Composition, the Language of Composition, Essential Voices, Essential Skills for the AP course for AP Language and Composition, and AP Literature and Composition, Essential Voices, Essential Skills for the AP course for AP Literature and Composition.
Second.
Did I get it?
You did.
All right. Thank you. We'll start board discussion with Jason.
Thank you for putting that together, and I appreciate the process and use of committees and bringing this forward to the board, and I look forward in supporting this. Thanks.
Rita?
Yes, I guess Sharon answered my question actually, because I'm used to seeing it staggered through the K through 12 years. So I guess my question would be, once we've already approved it, how does it get rolled out then? And how long does that take?
Yeah, so so for our rollout, we have each group will have, so there's actually two parts.
Mhm.
So the first part is the training portion. So we're fortunate enough at the middle school and high school that like middle school, all of the teachers piloted. And so they have very particular questions. They feel pretty good about like where they are with the curriculum. And so they have specific requests on what they would like to be trained in. And so they spent, you know, a full quarter working with the curriculum. And so the elementary, because we have, there's a lot more moving parts and, oh yeah, go ahead, sorry, I got excited.
I know. So we have put together a draft implementation plan for elementary that will start May 1st with an intro to magnetic literacy. And then we will expect materials to be delivered in May. And then teachers will have those materials to look at before the actual like full day training in August at our staff development day. And then we have touch points about every month, either with the two of us going out to sites or going to the collab days at the site or having collab days here at the district office on specific different pieces of magnetic literacy. And then we'll revisit different parts of it throughout the whole year. But we have a draft of it for the year to roll out the implementation. The focus for year one is going to be on integrated literacy piece.
Yeah, and one thing to note too is that as part of the strategic plan 1.3, but also with our vertical articulation in general, I think this is an opportune time to you know, continue to align different parts, including our writing programs, which we have bits and pieces aligned. And what we found through our vertical articulation meetings that we've had over the last 2 years is that, you know, there is a desire for teachers to do you know, more cross-site work with one another. And so when we've received our feedback forms and things like that, you know, what they're asking for is more time. And so we're trying to look at ways to get creative in order to make that happen. And so it is a major focus of not just training our teachers within the curriculum that they'll be using, but looking at a more global level to ensure that they're working with one another and making something, making a full ELA system that feels more seamless.
Okay. And then my last question is, I just want to confirm that this is going to be rolled out through all the sites, all elementary schools and both high schools and the middle schools. Okay. Well, thank you very much. It sounds like it was a grueling 1 to 2 year process, and congratulations on your entire team on a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your team's hard work and all of this. It sounds like it was quite a lift to do all of this at one time. I just have a couple questions. So I appreciate the detail around the committees that were structured for each of the field testing components for each of the sites. Is there a reason why, and I might know the answer to this question, the length of the field testing at elementary, it was longer than the middle school, and is that why the elementary school met, for example, 9 times versus the middle school meeting 2 times? I mean, was it a slam dunk at the middle school that they only had to meet 2 times and it was locked and loaded?
Yeah, I guess with the middle school, it was 2 times for the review process, or and that was kind of a mistake on my end with the numbering, because they did include 2 days of preview, including meeting with vendors and getting some, like, doing a deeper dive, creating rubrics. And then it also included training over summer, so they wanted to get training over summer, and they our middle school team actually met over summer with one another to co-plan and chart out their, because they knew that this was going to be like they didn't want to treat or they wanted to ensure that the students are still getting a quality education. And so the fear when you're doing any kind of field testing like this is that it might have an adverse effect on students. And so they wanted to ensure that the materials that they were going to be presenting to students and what they were going to be teaching was still going to be effective. And so there was a lot of work that happened over summer in order to make that happen. And so with elementary, because theirs was different just because they actually had 3 programs that they field tested. And so that extended the process.
Yeah.
And what we found at the high school was that the high schools have accelerated tracks with piloting. And so we were able to work with some of the companies in order to find something that was maybe a little bit quicker, because I think that the high school knew what they were looking for. And some of the programs they actually had experience with already.
Okay.
And so it helped streamline the process a bit.
That makes good sense. Thank you. I just had just one more. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I just had one more question and one more comment. Thank you for highlighting the fact that the high school got student feedback when they were doing the field testing. I think that's really fantastic, and I think that's obviously the appropriate level to do that. So I'm glad that that was incorporated. And then lastly, kind of just to piggyback on the conversation that you were just having about the training and the collab days and the cross-site work. So when does that actually happen? Is it going to be during the summer, or does it happen during professional learning days, or is it after school? Like how is that organized, since you have, teachers that are going to be using this and they're currently teaching? So how does that work?
So some of the days will be during the staff development days, and then the teacher collab days are also during the school day. So they'll be working with like their district grade level team to be pulled out of their classroom to collaborate on a specific topic. Like one of the topics that they'll be doing is looking at data more towards the end of the school year. And then they'll be able to also work on units 4 through 6 at one time. At the very beginning of the school year, they'll be able to work on units 1 through 3 and collaborate with their grade level team so that they're all kind of aligned when they're moving forward with that. There isn't anything that I can think of off the top of my head that is planned for after school right now. And then the summer is voluntary. I've offered myself to be a support if anyone wants to sign up for the summer collaborative work. They don't know this yet, so that email's going out soon, but from June 10th to June 12th, I'm going to offer myself to be a support for them if anyone wants to plan ahead of time.
I would just like to jump in and just reaffirm and share again that our elementary team, at least since I have been here, they have a commitment to have district-wide collaboration days by grade level. And it worked beautifully with the implementation of the math curriculum that was adopted. And in some of the grade levels, the pre-planned, I think it's like 1 each semester, or there's 3 a year actually, but in some of the grades, they wanted an additional one because they had more to talk about or whatever. So we've been very open to that in the past, and I would imagine that our team, based on the staff input on those days, would flex based on the feedback that they get as we do this. And that is the history, at least the recent history of how curriculum has been implemented here. And those collab days in the elementary are really beneficial because it's not often that you can get our vast, our schools are very far apart from one another. You can't get everyone together on the same day very often. So they appreciate being with each other.
Thank you so much.
Jake?
So a couple of questions. So on the committees, what is the process? How are you chosen to be part of these committees, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school? What's the process of being selected for these?
Well, this was actually kind of interesting because we had the after we put out the what the commitment was going to be, it was actually kind of difficult to get people, and so we didn't have to turn anyone away, fortunately, in this situation, and we had to kind of call in a few favors to see if we can get people to kind of sign in on these. Now, it was a little bit easier at the middle school and high school just because it was just like, well, we can all do it, and we can all work together as a team, and so the middle school was completely on board with going all in as a group, and they wanted to make sure that happened. At the high school, we had everyone that was supportive, but not everyone wanted to pilot, but we still had 4 pilot teachers inside of that process. And then at the elementary level, our big thing was that we wanted to make sure that we had representation from every site, and we wanted to make sure that we had representation from every grade level. And so we put out information and let people know that we were looking, and we were able to get as many as we could. And so we tried to have 2 at every grade level, K through 5. And so we had some movement, and so 2 people were not able to do that at grade 2 and 3, just because there was some shifting inside of with personnel. And so because of that, we had some movement there. But overall, though, it was a voluntary process, and so and then a little bit of shoulder tapping.
Okay. And the curricula that you guys reviewed, so like for elementary, it was 8 core curricula, middle school, 10 potential curriculum options. Those different options, are those brought forward by you guys, the district, or do teachers say, hey, this looks interesting? How do those options get here?
Yeah, of course. And so pretty much what we did was out of my office, so CIA office, what we did was we sat down and we looked at all potential options. So, and then from there we created a pretty substantial list. And then we went through with kind of like looking from a research basis, looking at things like ed reports. But we didn't, some districts, they're like, okay, ed reports, that's good enough. It's either 1, 2, or 3. And ed reports is a nonprofit organization that reviews different curriculum and then ranks it. Based on a list of criteria. So they do a lot of the legwork for districts in order to figure out kind of what is high quality and what's not. But we wanted to take it a step further, and so what we did was we actually looked at additional resources, including places like Massachusetts. We looked at Louisiana, who has a very robust system where they have teacher rankings. And then for the early elementary, we also looked at ESSA, which is the I forgot what that stands for. And then and then we also had and then Curate and a few other organizations. And so we've put together a list based on that of anything that rated well. But we also brought in the list of things that didn't. And we presented it to the committee and let them know here's the objective rankings. But we don't want to preclude something that might still be a good fit. And so if we wanted to, pursue it, and we gave time in order to, review those materials as well. And then that's how the initial, 8 was done. And then from that, then we had a chance to spend, multiple days doing a deeper dive, using our internally created rubrics. And so it's okay, so yes, it works on an objective level, but how about our own priorities? And so how can we evaluate it from that perspective? Mm-hmm. And then we did an initial review of from that side. And then after we determined for field testing, then we re-ranked pieces using those rubrics, because it's one thing to look at it on paper, but it's another thing to look at it in action. And so we had multiple checks throughout the process in order to kind of come to the final decision. But we wanted to make sure that we didn't preclude anything just in case something ended up being a really good fit.
And aren't there vendor presentations as well?
Vendor presentations, yes. And so so vendor presentations, but we wanted to make sure that the vendor presentations happened after we did our review. because sometimes people can come in and dazzle you with something. And so we wanted to make sure that a decision was made by the committee to further explore something prior to having someone come in and show us all the different features.
So I just want to get it, because it's a little complicated in my head, so I just want to get it, make sure I get this straight. So the elementary committee was made up of cross-sections of over all the elementary sites, and they came together and they had a recommendation on what curriculum they want to use. And then the middle school did the same, the high school did the same, and then so and we're essentially, the motion on the table is to approve those different sets of curriculum, right? So ideally, the students that are in elementary are going to utilize that curriculum. That's going to match up nicely with the middle school. The middle school is going to accept students from elementary, and then they're going to prepare students for the high school, and that's going to match up with the high school.
Yeah, and so the matchup process is part of kind of our next step with vertical articulation, because they are 3 distinct companies. And so looking at the through lines with regards to like let's say, for example, like early literacy. And so how does early literacy lead into like the middle school program, and then how do we take that further? And so that's kind of the part on our end, which is like the big next step, is how do we make everything cohesive?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was looking at when I went through this. I was like, it seems, I'm just going to say this, it seems fragmented, right? You have, it seems relatively siloed, but I want to make sure, but based on what the superintendent was talking about, what you guys are talking about, this isn't siloed. This was a very district-wide effort, but ultimately the continuity between elementary, middle, and high school and that seamless transition, you guys are putting that in part of your planning.
Yes.
So that way it matches up. Is that
yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, well, Andrew said yes, but I will add to it, and we have several teachers in our audience tonight. But I think they'll all agree. No one instructional materials program has everything, and that's why you see up there that final bullet that says staff will review supplemental materials, right? Because as they use the program and implement it, they'll see where some gaps might exist that you can't figure out in a pilot or field test. So that's number one. Number two, there is no publisher that creates a K-12 curriculum program. Typically, also the state, it's not even typically, typically they're done separately. You might see a K-8, in a K-8 district, do something like a K-8 program, and there are some K-8 programs. The hardest part there is usually the programs are good at one end or the other. They're never, like the early elementary are never satisfied with the same program that the upper element. I mean, I've done like 50 adoptions in many different disciplines in K-12. So the likelihood of finding one publisher who can do a good job at all those different grades is unlikely, and I don't even believe there's a program that exists that is a K-12 program. And a lot of districts do split up elementary from secondary, and then like I said, the K-8s might have a K-8 program, but most of them even will split up elementary from middle school. And finally, the state has a different set of criteria for their state stamp of approval on materials for K-8 than they do for high school. So that also plays. This is why you heard Rita talk about these things being staggered, and why you're asking this question, and why I'm giving you all of this like nitty-gritty detail. It is quite nuanced, but with us all coming together in the same time period to adopt a program, it does allow, as we're learning and exploring, allows us to create a skills continuum, which is what we need to do. And that then will transfer over into our history courses, who do a lot of writing and a lot of speaking and presenting, and all those skills transfer over into other disciplines as well. But this is a really, important adoption.
Well, I just think there's a lot of work that's in this, and I really appreciate what the work you guys have put into this. And I think with the continued planning, as you mentioned, this is the first step, right? So if we continue working on and what the superintendent said, I think is really important for everybody to understand. And I'm sorry for my detailed questions, but I'm fascinated. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jake. Most of my questions were kind of asked and answered. Just looking at the reliance on staff and teachers for their input, how does that feedback loop work once implementation starts? How do you hear from the teachers? I mean, supplemental materials will come in the way that it comes, but how do you ensure that there's a through line that the teachers continue to participate with this implementation? I mean, any change is hard.
One of the things that I put in the draft implementation plan is to check in with the teachers every other month, either with a survey or going and visiting them at their sites, maybe during a staff meeting. Some of the elementary sites also have their own site collab days, and so we had talked with admin about possibly having us come in and join those so we can get feedback. We've had the opportunity also to go into classrooms this year and do some observations, and especially for me because I just started here in July and came in the middle of this whole process, and so it's given me a chance to go out and communicate with teachers as well and build that trust so that they can feel comfortable giving real feedback.
Great. Yeah. Does it feel collaborative up to this point?
Yeah, I think that for us, like the biggest thing was when we started this process was that if we didn't find a program, we wouldn't move it forward. And we knew that no program would fit, check all the boxes, but we wanted to put it on the table that there is a possibility that, what's here is not going to fit. And I think that eased some of the anxiety from our staff, thinking that we're being forced to pick something. And so we made sure to reiterate that throughout the process. And I think that because of that, it made this whole process a lot more collaborative in general, is that, we're working toward, a common goal of helping our kiddos. And so we wanted to make sure that, that as we move forward, that we still have those opportunities to have those discussions with our teachers. And so that's going to be a mixture of working with our administrative teams, and then that'll also be out of our office, making sure that we're doing our walkthroughs and then giving opportunities for feedback throughout the implementation. And so, we're already starting to draft implementation plans for each of the groups, and we want to make sure that everyone has what we had talked about, which is, having what you need to enhance what's already there.
Thanks. Yeah, just a comment that I see this action, I'm speaking in favor of this motion, see this action as one of our critical roles as a Board of Education, to set policy, to look at the finances, but to adopt curriculum as a direct, again, through line to student achievement and student success. So relying on your scrutiny and the scrutiny of your committee to bring us the most detailed, the most authentic information, and to ensure that we are making the best decision for this moment in time, and then for the teachers to be able to deliver education to the students. So when we do that, I see that as being a critical role of ours, and I don't take it lightly. So I really appreciate the detail. Jake, I really appreciate the granularity, and Rita, the way you ask questions and bring more information forward to shine a light on what our role is to oversee this. And again, it's not a rubber stamp, it's to really analyze and to accept the proposal that you're bringing forth. So thank you for your comprehensive work. I'll go to Juliet before calling the question.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I just had one question. When it said that they had 2 or 3 curricula programs that they were piloting at once, how exactly did that work? Did they do it at the same time, or was it kind of phased out, or how did that work?
It depended on the site. So the elementary and middle school did it separately, And so they did one, and then they did a debrief, got trained, and then did the next one. And so it was one after the other. That's why the length of time was longer. At the high school, the decision was to run them concurrently. And so based on grade level, so it's like, okay, well, we'll run this program with these teachers in 10th grade, these teachers in 11th grade. And so in that case, it was went a little bit quicker. But it also, obviously, like, you have to be like in collaboration with your team in order to make sure that you're making a good decision as well. And so that's kind of a little bit with the timeline. And so I've seen both methods implemented before, and so we gave the teams the opportunity to pick kind of how they wanted to do the pilot, especially because it's such a big ask for teachers.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I'd like to call the question. Roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Agenda item 4D, middle school mathematics, 6 through 8 grade adoption recommendation presented by Andrew Rodriguez and Karina Donovan, coordinators of curriculum instruction and assessment.
Okay, we're back.
So we are here tonight to present the middle school math adoption recommendations on behalf of our middle school math adoption committee team. Yes.
Now, they had a different, and you'll see as we talk about their process, it was a little bit different. And so we did still work with kind of the same criteria. So we looked at about 15 different curriculums initially, started narrowing down. And we were working off of a few different like external pieces, as well as our own math vision, mission, and priorities. Now, this was created prior. And so although we had middle school representation as part of this, you'll see that during the last adoption cycle, the ILT was formed in the same way. And then although the elementary and high school moved forward with a recommendation for adoption, the middle school, they were unable to find a program that suited their needs. I think I actually took your stuff. And then there were some recent updates, and there's also a little bit of frustration with the current, the program that they were currently using, with just the logistics and how dated it started to feel with regards to really just basic usability, and then also the digital platform. And so I believe last year in February, the math team reached out and asked, or they felt that it was time to really look again to see what's out there. And so we started meeting in April of 2025 to review curriculum options. And we reviewed 10 curricular options. So we went from 15 to 10. And then we did a deep dive on 10 different pieces. And they had a unique request because, and it's kind of a great thing around here in this district, is like no one wants to miss class time. Everyone wants to be in front of their students. And we had another initiative coming down the pike with math coaching from West Ed, which is a research and implementation nonprofit. And so they asked if we can actually combine the two, and if we can do an internal research study essentially on using their own really student interactions and priorities, and if we can meld those two together to help them find a curriculum. And so during this process, the team conducted quantitative and qualitative reviews of their current curriculum. And then when they settled, they wanted to find something that was sat in the middle. So instead of going for a third program, they're like, we really want to make sure that our students have enough time with the math. And so they wanted to look at their current program, which is Carnegie, and then iReady, and then Reveal. After looking at both Reveal and iReady, they felt that iReady was the one that they wanted to pilot first, and so we did our research study. And so as part of the process, we did peer walkthroughs with one another, and we took notes and we did debriefs. And during those peer observations and all that, we took the data, and they were happy with not only the feel of the curriculum, but also with the results. And so there were marked results specifically with the way that students were interacting with math tasks, interacting with one another, and then also having these metacognitive like reflection activities. And so from there, they're like, yeah, I think this is the one. Like, we really like this, and it's such a better program than what we're currently using. And so we got all of our pieces together, and yeah, they would like to recommend iReady Classroom Mathematics California for their core curriculum adoption. And so if you wanted to go over next steps.
Sure. So next steps, staff will receive initial training for the new curriculum. And I'm pretty sure we plan that before summer is out, so that they can work together as a team. Also, if they choose to do the summer collaborative work option, that they can plan their curriculum. And then time will also be provided to them based on their needs. They haven't set anything in stone right now. They would rather do something based on, as they're going through the curriculum, what their needs are, and then we'll be able to support them with that. And then as part of Strategic Plan 1.5, they'd also like to continue the vertical articulation that they started this school year. With the WestEd walkthroughs, they were able to go over to the high school and do some observations over there. And they also were talking about being able to go next school year over to the elementary schools, to the 5th grade classrooms, and being able to see it in action over there too. So that's what we're looking forward to.
Yeah, and one thing with the vertical articulation that was really exciting this year was that we did have not only multiple visits to like within campuses, so high school teachers visiting other high school teachers, and then middle school teachers visiting other middle school teachers, but we also had cross-site visits, and also multiple meetings where middle school and high school teachers got together and talked about their own vision for for mathematics, like within like the larger scope. And so we had multiple meetings, probably like 3 or 4 meetings this year with WestEd, and then we were a part of those discussions as well. And so just part of our next steps is just training and then that vertical articulation.
Thank you. This will require actions, so I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the.
Rita?
I move to approve the Board of Education adopt iReady Classroom Mathematics California for grades 6 through 8 math instruction.
Second.
Were there any requests for public comment? Okay, I have a comment, and then we'll go to Rita to start with the comments. As a parent of a 5th grader, I am excited about this because I see that there's a continuity. This 5th grade class would have been in kindergarten or 1st grade. I look at Ms. Tishio around the implementation of iReady at the elementary level. So these kids coming to middle school will have been participating in this program. So there's going to be a continuity, I imagine. As a parent, I don't know. I look at you guys as educators. But as a parent, it seems like there's going to be some continuity, and that transition from elementary math to middle school will be pretty continuous to stick with iReady, and that they were around for the pilot, and now they're going to see it through 8th grade. So we end up with a K through 8 experience. Seems like a good thing. I'm looking over there. There are some teachers in the audience who are, yes, 1st grade. Yeah, that's what it was. Oh yeah, they were in COVID for kindergarten. Rita, any comments?
Actually, no questions or comments. Just thank you for a thorough job, and congratulations on all your hard work and your entire team. Thank you.
Sarah?
Thank you for all the hard work on this. I actually had a similar comment to Matt. My daughter's in 3rd grade, and was also there when they did the pilot of iReady also. So I'm happy to hear about the through line that's going to go from elementary all through the middle school. I think that's really exciting. I think that's great that you're doing all the cross connecting between the middle school and the elementary schools. So thanks again for all the work that you're doing.
Jake?
So was iReady previously looked at in a previous math cycle?
I don't actually have the documentation for that, but I know that that at the time, iReady was a brand new program, and so there was a little bit of hesitancy on moving forward just because of the brand newness of it. Recently, the state released a like kind of a documentation list, which included like kind of state level approval of different curriculums, which iReady was on, and I think that along with that, though, too, there was also the update in the the mathematics framework as well, which wasn't available at the time. It was kind of like in the works, and so that helped kind of spur the desire to look at math in a different way. And so I think that they were looking for something that was getting students talking about math, getting excited about math, and having discussions beyond just kind of solving problems, but really building math sense. And so that was part of like the bigger discussion that we had prior to working with WestEd. And so that when we worked with WestEd, though, they were in favor of fostering that and making sure that we had a space to have those discussions.
So hearing from my colleagues and whatnot, so this iReady program, there's a through line through kindergarten through 8th grade. So what is, and I may have missed it, so I apologize. So I think middle school, or can I call it middle school, or is it secondary school? What's the?
No, middle school's good.
It's middle school's good? Okay. Everyone understands what I mean by that? Okay. So middle school, I think, is critical because the middle school is essentially in the middle, right? So it's accepting students from elementary, but then has to prepare students for the high school. So what's being done to prepare the students, even though they're using iReady? Is that going to match up nicely with the high school in terms of math?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think that's also part of the work that we did this year with our coaching with WestEd, was taking a look at, regardless of curriculum, how can we have discussions to ensure that the students are being prepared properly at the middle school to be able to take on the challenges at high school. And so it was a little bit of introspection along with a lot of professional discussion about what do we really want students to know and what do we want students to do. Now, beyond that, though, one of the really exciting things that happened during this process, I want to share, I get excited, is the fact that the fact that the middle school, when they looked at the high school priorities and the expected student outcomes, they're like, oh, these are great, and they look a lot like ours. And then when the high school looked at the middle school, like, oh, these are great, and they look a lot like ours. And so the long-term goal is actually to create a singular document between the two sites in order to have kind of this shared understanding of really, how do we want students interacting with math? How do we want students interacting with each other? And how do we want students to reflect on the work that they're doing and celebrate math and be excited? And so this is, and so I know that we just finished our last meeting, but there's been already requests about continuing that work.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Jason?
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Juliet?
I have no questions, but thank you so much for all of your amazing work and for, I'm very excited about the continuity as well and just like the overarching idea of understanding math instead of just doing it. So thank you so much for that.
If there's no further board comments, I'd like to call the question with the roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remensi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Agenda item 4E, resolution number 2604, bid award, Carmel Child Development Center Staff Restroom, presented by Dan Pauls, Chief Operations Officer.
All right, this item addresses the award of the bid for the staff restroom at Carmelo. We advertised on March 2nd and March 9th, had 9 bidders attend the mandatory pre-bid site visit, and 4 submitted bids. The bids came in well within budget. We actually made a change in the design phase that moved a door and significantly reduced the structural work required with the project, so we were able to get this one in at a really good number. And I can answer any questions you might have.
This will require board adoption, so I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to authorize the award of the contract for construction of the CCDC staff restroom to Commercial Solutions Group, Inc. in the amount of $139,995, in addition to authorizing the superintendent or designee to approve change orders in an amount not to exceed 10% of the contract, or $13,995.50.
A second.
Okay, just one friendly amendment is the 10% calculation. It's $13,999.50. So we'll make that not $13,995. Okay.
It says $995.
Are there any requests for public comment on this item?
Not at this time.
Okay, and we'll start board discussion with Sarah.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Jake?
No questions.
Jason?
No questions.
Rita?
No questions, but I'm happy that you moved the door. That's a big savings. Thank you.
I also have no questions, so if there's no further board... Oh, Juliet, sorry. Apologies.
I have no questions. Thank you.
If there's no other board comment, I would like to call the question with a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glacier.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Romenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 4F, resolution number 2605, authorization to establish a trust account in the Carmel High School Associated Student Body, ASB, for the purpose of fundraising on the behalf of Monterey County's Kids Now program, presented by Yvonne Perez, Chief Business Official.
Yes, thank you. You have this resolution before you tonight. It is a resolution we've brought many times to the board, and it's required just because of how ASB funds have to be handled. And so they will be donating the funds that are raised to a club to an organization called Kids Now. And so I'm recommending approval of this resolution.
Thank you. This will require board comment, board action. So can I entertain a motion?
I move to approve Resolution 26-05, authorizing fundraising activity and establishment of trust account as presented.
Second.
Okay, I would like to start. Are there any requests for public comment on this item?
Not at this time.
Okay, I'd like to start with Juliet, actually, because this is a matter that impacts students.
Yeah, so this would be for Empty Bowls, which is basically something that every freshman makes a bowl, and then everyone in art classes also makes a bowl. And it's basically to bring awareness to food insecurity in Monterey County. And it's really a great opportunity for everyone to kind of understand what food insecurity is and raise awareness for that. So it's very important to our school community, and it's always a big event, and everyone comes, and it's a fun night, and I think it's really important because we give back to our community, and that's something that from freshman year on, we really have like a focal point of everyone knows what Empty Bowls is, and everyone contributes to Empty Bowls. So I think it's a very important thing that we do for our community and for our students to understand and kind of have that sense of service to others from an early time in their high school career.
What's the date of Empty Bowls? Do we know?
I'll pull it up.
Thank you, Juliet. Continuing with board discussion, go to Rita.
No discussion. Thank you.
Jason.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Jake.
I have no questions other than what date the Empty Bowl are.
It's being pulled up. There were a lot of.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have no questions. Juliet, thank you for that context. And Yvonne, thank you for bringing this forward. And if there's no further board. Oh, do you have something?
Before you go to a vote, I have the date and time. It is Thursday, April 23rd from 5 to 7. You have to buy a ticket. Anyone can go.
Thank
They
you.
do an amazing job. All the staff are there. Kids are there. It's fun.
Any further comments? Hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remensi.
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 4G, tentative agreement between the Association of Carmel Teachers, ACT, and the Carmel Unified School District regarding Article 9, presented by Craig Chavez, Chief Human Resources Officer.
Good evening. This tentative agreement is reached around the article of unit member evaluation. The updates to the language in this particular article establish the option to evaluate permanent certificated unit members every 5 years as opposed to every 2 years. This is provided as an option within Education Code 44664. However, it must be negotiated in order to access the option. The conditions for this being done every 5 years is an employee has to have been employed for 10 years, has to have their last evaluation or the previous evaluation rated as meeting or exceeding standards, and both the evaluator and the unit member must agree that this is going to be an option exercised. So that's the information I have for you.
Thank you. This will require board action, so may I entertain a motion?
I'll move to approve the tentative agreement between ACT and CSUD regarding Article 9.
Second?
Start board discussion with Jake.
I have no further questions.
Sarah?
None. Thank you.
Rita?
I guess I do have a question based on what the last bullet point you just made, based on both the evaluator and unit member agree. What if there's no agreement? Like, what if there's not?
Then they're evaluated every other year as
Okay.
provided in the Education Code.
Okay. So every
and
2
it
years.
can be actually granted initially and changed by either party during the course of that 5-year period.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I have no questions. Juliet? Oh, Sarah. I forgot about you. Oh, did I get you? Okay, sorry.
I don't have any questions either.
Okay, I missed you. I knew I missed somebody. Apologies to my colleagues. Juliet?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Sharon?
I had asked to make a comment only because this has been a long time coming, and I just want to express some gratitude to all the folks involved in this. I believe this is an effort that started pre-COVID and was put on hold. And through a lot of conversation and collaboration with ACT, we are here today, many years later, finally putting this up for approval. So I just want to thank ACT as an organization and all of their leadership folks over the time frame that this happened, and Craig Chavez, who has been working with them to get this pulled together. So thank you to everybody involved. It's, like I said, been a while in the works.
Thank you. If there are no further comments or questions, go to a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glazier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remensi.
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Agenda item 4H, Resolution 26-06, California Day of the Teacher.
That's me. So we do these annually, these resolutions. And what I think is more important in introducing this item is just to put some humanity to it. Just this one board meeting this evening, we've had multiple presentations where you have heard over and over again how dedicated our staff is, how committed they are to providing learning experiences that are meaningful for our students, how they're engaging in making sure that they have their own growth and learning in again, the best interest of student achievement. So none of that is written in this resolution, and to me that speaks volumes above any words on a paper, is the actions that we see from all of our teachers. And yes, there is a day of the teacher, but I think we are, I think I speak for many folks, including the board, when I say we are grateful for our teachers every day. We are fortunate in this district to have some pretty phenomenal folks who just continue to give. So that's what this is about.
The adoption of the resolution require board action. May I entertain a motion?
I
Oh.
move to approve.
Go ahead, Rita.
Okay, I move to approve the resolution number 26-06, California Day of the Teacher, as presented.
Second.
Start board discussion with Jason.
I have no comment. Thank you.
Rita?
No comment. Thank you very much.
Sarah?
I don't have any comments, but I do want to echo the superintendent's comments about all of our teachers. I am very grateful for each and every one of them. As a parent, the teachers in Carmel Unified spend more time with my child during the day than I do, and I just want to extend a deep gratitude for everything that they do and how hard they work, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. I would echo that comment and take it a step further to say we don't execute on our mission without teachers, without the dedication and commitment and the energy and the effort. And I've said it over and over again, teachers are a special type of person. And it never ceases to amaze me the remarkable things that our teachers can accomplish across all the sites, across the district, across the diversity of sites, of experiences, of students that make CUSD great. There's no question that our ability to achieve anything is because of the dedication of our staff working tirelessly. There are a variety of ways that we can express gratitude and value, and our words are just one of them. But to all the teachers that are here, to all the teachers that are listening, to anybody that interacts with the teachers, I think I speak for the board when I say thank you. Genuinely, a singular day of the teacher is insufficient for the 180 instructional days plus the prep days and everything in between that impacts the students and comes back around in community. So I speak in favor of this motion, and I'll go to Juliet for a final comment. Oh, Jake. I'm blowing
Do
it.
you want
No, go to Jake and then Juliet.
Okay.
Thank you.
My question is does the district have any plans for this particular day in May?
We do not have plans on that exact day because we have plans the week after. Our teachers get showered by their PTOs during that particular week, which includes that day. And then as our next item, we'll share a couple weeks later, we have CSEA. So we're picking a day in the middle to provide a treat.
Well, I echo my colleagues' gratitude for our teachers and any sort of appreciation, because I agree that words are insufficient, but if there are actions we can take and if there's a way that this board can participate in showing that gratitude and taking action, I would be happy to participate.
Thank you. Juliet.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank every single teacher and their hard work and dedication. I mean, our district is definitely special in that teachers do overtime and they're always so dedicated to their students and making sure that every student is as successful as they can be. So just thank you to every single teacher in our district.
Thank you. If there's no further board comment, if I haven't missed anybody else, sorry. Call the question with a roll call vote, please.
Board President Matt Glazier.
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odella.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Ramenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 4I, Resolution 2607, California Classified School Employee Week.
All right, that's me. So much like our previous item, I have a lot of appreciation and gratitude for our classified support staff. So all of the things that our teachers do are able to be done only through the support of our classified staff. They make our campuses accessible and clean, and our teachers are able to have their classrooms available to them, again, in a clean manner. They're they support our campuses with grounds work, with maintenance work, all kinds of different things that you probably don't even think about. And not to mention all of the classified staff who run the front offices and support our administrators. So again, yes, we have amazing and dedicated teachers, but they could not provide what they do, I believe, without the support and partnership with their colleagues in the classified unit. So we are very happy and to acknowledge them again with this resolution, although the words don't really quite line up to the deep appreciation that I think we all have for them and their commitment and dedication to making sure that they serve in their roles with above and beyond. It's really impressive, I will say. So that's what we have.
Thank you. This will require board action. May I entertain a motion?
I move to approve Resolution 26-07, California Classified School Employee Week as presented.
Second.
I will start board discussion. I'll start, and then I'll just go down the rows so I don't mess it up again. To echo the superintendent, there's no question about the import of our classified staff, and I'm not even going to try to enumerate all of the roles. The superintendent knows best, but it's seen. It's seen at all the campuses every time the lights go on, every time the doors open, every time the campus opens, every time a bus rolls away, and every time a kid gets dropped off. It is truly remarkable, the team of people and their dedication to keeping this place working. And it's a 100-year-old campus in places, so there's no question that it takes hard work. And so to your whole organization, to all of the classified staff and all of the roles that they play, unsung and sung, we honor you. Thank you so much. Sarah?
Well, I will just echo Matt and the superintendent, to the entire CSCA staff. Your energy and time and effort in what everybody in your organization does, it does not go unnoticed. So thank you. And again, the words don't match up with the level of gratitude and all the feels here, but thank you. So I'll leave it at that.
I will say that I echo what all of my colleagues say, but for me, it is, I believe that my passion for education, my passion for students, and the foundation of my leadership skills, if I have any, really all stem from coaching and mentoring of classified staff here at this district, and I am super proud of that. And so I think this is another excellent way. So I'm going to ask the same questions again. What is planned for? I know you answered it already, but what is planned for this particular day?
This is an entire week of celebration, and we are choosing, like I said earlier, a day in between. There's a week in between these 2 weeks of appreciation, and we're selecting a day in that middle week, in that in-between week, to just deliver a treat to everybody on every campus and in every department, because I want to be clear that we wouldn't have this board meeting without our classified staff. We wouldn't have, as you heard, buses without classified staff. So will be the one day in that week where everyone gets something.
And I will make the same comment that if there is a way that this board can participate in showing their recognition through action and showing their appreciation through action, I'd be happy to participate.
Thank you. Jason?
Thank you to your group for keeping the gears turning and things moving. I have no other questions or comments.
Rita?
Yes, I have no comments, but yes, a sincere appreciation. And honestly, I haven't met another board member or person actually who's more eloquent and elegant as Matt Glazier, and how you speak. And I echo all my fellow board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliet?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank all of the classified staff and everything that they do in keeping all of our sites open and running, and it definitely doesn't go unnoticed, and everyone notices what's happening and all of the hard work that each and every staff puts in. So thank you.
If there are no other board comments, we'll call the question with a roll call vote.
Board President Matt Glacier,
Yes.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Jake Odello,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Rita Patel.
Yes.
Okay. I guess one comment in the prerogative of the chair is to acknowledge those people in the organization within the district that might be part of an unrepresented group, that are not teachers and they're not classified staff, but that there are unrepresented people that make this district go around, and that though we don't have a resolution before us right now, it is worth saying that it is all of the people that work here that make this place work. So just taking the prerogative of the chair to make that comment. Moving on to agenda item 5, information items. The following items are presented to the governing board as items for information purposes only. These items do not require board discussion or action. 5A, the quarterly report on non-Williams uniform complaints. 5B, the calendar of board items. 5C, the Monterey County Treasurer's Report. The board will now open up for public comment on item 5, information items, if there are any.
None at this time.
Hearing none, we will move on to item 6, public comment on non-agendized items. Members of the public may address the board regarding items or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. Do we have any requests for public comment on non-agendized items?
Not at this time.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 7, the informal report with Superintendent Sharon Ofick.
I just want to thank all of the staff and employees from our district who were here tonight to support all the presentations, and who are still here after a very long, busy day of work. So I appreciate their attendance and their participation, and I think it's notable to acknowledge that. It's a very busy time of year, and we're heading into spring break, and they're here tonight to support our whole district. So thank you to everybody. And that being said, spring break is next week. We are having a transition. I'm just going to say this here. We are having a transition of our technology that was approved a while back, but it's actually taking place next week. So our campuses will not have, and our district office as well, will not have internet connectivity. So if you show up to the district office on Monday and it's closed, it's because we don't have any internet access, and we're all working from somewhere else that does, or on vacation. But the campuses will have intermittent access to the network as the work happens throughout the week. So I just want to put that out to the public who may or may not be showing up on campus or at the district office for one thing or another.
Thank you. Next item 8, board committee reports that are routine committee updates from the CUSD Board of Education, board representatives for Community Human Services, Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board, and the Monterey County School Boards Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison. We will start with the Mission Trails Regional Occupation Executive Board Representative, Jake Odello.
I have no report at this time. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Board Member Rita Patel, who is both the Board Representative for Community Human Services and the Monterey County School Boards Association Executive Council Legislative Representative Liaison. Oh, you turn your mic on.
No update from CHS, but I just wanted to share that Superintendent Ofick and I attended the MCSBA annual dinner and organizational meeting on March 20, I believe the 7th, and it was a really nice event, and look forward to maybe hopefully next year they can do it on like a Tuesday or Wednesday. It was a Friday night, so it was kind of tough, but we had a good attendance, so that's it.
Thank you. Agenda item 9, closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on items. Agenda item 9A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2, one case. 9B, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. Agenda item 9C, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative Craig Chavez, employee organizations CSEA, ACT, and non-represented groups. Agenda item 9D, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, property at 46495 Highway 1, Big Sur, County of Monterey, APN 159021008-000, agency negotiator, superintendent, chief business official, chief operations officer, Jessica K. Johnson, Dennis Walliver Kelly. Negotiating parties, Carmel Unified School District and Fernwood Resort LLC, under negotiation price and terms of payment. The board will now allow opportunity for public comment on closed session items, if there are any.
None at this time.
Hearing none, the board will now adjourn into closed session at 8:02 p.m. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. For item 9A, real property, the board met with district staff and provided direction. For item 9B, negotiations, the board received an update from district staff and provided direction. For item 9C, anticipated litigation, the board voted unanimously to reject a tort claim received by the district. For item 9D, employee discipline, dismissal, release, the board received an update from district staff. I adjourn this meeting at 9:46.